No.
And I think they might be opting to go for it because I see a Warlock ban immediately. They played really well. Warlock is just an insane hero, like with the Twin Gates being much easier to use as well. We see some earlier rotations. You want to battle it out. Suddenly you have like level 7 Warlock in 7 minutes. So I think Enigma definitely on the radar for Chimera because they opened it up with so many times, and seems like the Hawk just enjoys playing the hero.
Yeah, that's part of the justification for the Warlock, and like you said, Spirit has been doing exceptional with it. Fear did a tech segment yesterday, and now I believe the stat for Spirit is they're 7-0 with their Warlock +1 combos, and then obviously the Ember Spirit, as you had already mentioned, Lacoste was high priority, and there goes Enigma.
And I want to say Mapochka, as a 5, has been cooking this entire tournament. Like, he has looked so good on the heroes that he gets first picked for him, like Warlock, like Jakiro, but he's also looked so good in the few moments that they last picked a hero for him. Like, we saw last pick position 5 Dazzle, where he put that game on his back. He did so much. So this player, I feel like, is actually the biggest threat to draft against on Team Spirit now, because you're either giving away one of, like, the heavy team fight meta supports, or he's getting his pick on a later phase, and he just bamboozles you, Neil.
It's been a uphill battle for most teams that are facing off against Team Spirit. Now Chimera really agonizing over this last ban.
And they're probably going to pick Lifestealer first, so they're kind of determining, or perhaps they're considering not picking it first, knowing that Team Spirit will pick it up next. Just seems like the carry of the tournament if you ignore DK, because we haven't seen him a single game. His win rate is actually almost eclipsing DK's in pubs. Lifestealer, 53.5 for Lifestealer, 53.7 for DK. So I do think the heroes they've been picking for Radon, though, on Team Spirit, the Ursas and the Slarks, are some of the best carriers in the game. We've been seeing Parivision for no one, not only in his official matches, but also I've seen it a few times in pubs. They're also picking Razor mid. So I think that people are coming up with answers, but they ban Lifestealer themselves and go for another very popular hero, the Leshrac.
It feels like if you pick Lifestealer first, your opponents are just going to pick some offlaner that does kind of okay against it. So I think the Lesh opening is just a lot safer, especially because Ember's not in the game to easily apply Mage Slayer and to be able to get away.
Yeah, I can see that. Also, Lesh just gives you the flex that you need early on in the draft. And the first pick Lifestealer, we've seen it lose a few times this tournament. So teams do have ways that they want to approach it, especially if you're playing against a team like Team Spirit and you're first picking that Lifestealer, you're going to get PA'd or TB'd or like some insane hyper carry matchup played up against you.
So far, Chimera, they didn't run this Leshrac on a position 4. I'm sure that it's relatively easy to learn to play it because it is meta right now, but the hero feels so good. This is something that 9 class kind of invented prior to the previous TI. Didn't get the chance to play it, unfortunately, at the last TI, but he's been owning, and others are kind of slowly picking up on the trend as well, where we're seeing, like, this could, in the end, of course, be a mid Leshrac, but Leshrac looked so strong, especially with all the recent changes. Road of Atos is the big one for me.
There was one other flex also yesterday. We got to see Bedboom Pure play it on one position. And so if TA2000 feels like it's in his wheelhouse, we could see it go more places than just Lornoff. But now Nightstalker gets selected for Team Spirit.
1J has played Leshrac twice in the last day. But previous to that, he had not played it at all this week. So it might be similar to what 9 class did for Parivision, where he was spamming 4-position Nightstalker. They whipped it out in their official match the next day. Nightstalker, I think he also sets up very heavily for a hero like Darkseer. I know Team Spirit usually runs the Nightstalker on Collapse, but I think this 4-position Nightstalker is super broken in theory, because we know how much Nightstalker can do without items, just vision-wise, and the laning nighttime with the free ability level 1 makes him incredibly impactful as a 4, not just like a lane grief.
I think I would still prefer to see it on Collapse, but that is an interesting thought. And I think the vision that you mentioned really is the key aspect of this hero, because this hero's gone up to first pick value, even if he loses his lane in odd reasons or gets counterpicked. But like what he provides his team in terms of vision on this like big new map with all of these corners and crevices and nooks is just like the ability to weave in and out. Like I think it was Paravision who ran their Nightstalker on DM like 3 games in a row, and they picked like easy engage and disengage heroes with like the Ember and the PA, and they use that vision, they use that ability to like exploit the enemy's ins and outs And it just looked really good. I think this hero's vision alone is enough to solicit a first pick.
Yeah, we talked about how the map changed and that you need to have a good chase potential, and I don't think there is a better hero in the game right now other than Night Stalker, who can go around these cliffs. And you, Brian, mentioned it, that he gets that free ability at level 1. This is pretty much the only reason why we see this hero being first phase, because it is a flex pick, but it also allows you to play extremely aggressive and also gives you, I would say, better skill. This is the hero that I also wanted to mention, because they played it 5 times in a row, and this is one of his better heroes. When you pair him up with the Night Stalker, you have that kill threat early on, and it's very difficult to sustain through that lane. That's why they banned out Naga Siren, because she's one of the better ones against Night Stalker.
Yeah, and the Night Stalker has extra attack speed compared to other heroes, so pairing him with a Tusk on lane just makes more sense than usual. But I also like the Night Stalker just because the AoE silence feels so valuable right now. There's a lot of evasive mid heroes, whether it's Ember or Puck or Storm, so having AoE silence against them or Leshrac, if you just start the fight correctly, it should be good for you.
Also, I do want to bring up that collapse when he ran Night Stalker and Radiant, chose to not take the Night Rain facet and took the other one with the Void being higher level, and it looked cool. They didn't win the game, but it looks cool. And I think a lot of this reason is Team Spirit have decided that they would rather defend their Radiant Tormentor than like go on the other side of the map and invade it themselves, and they don't want to mess with the map too much by taking that facet. We could still see the other one though.
We got IO Leshrac combos on the agenda, and this is actually how Chimera beat Team Spirit earlier in group stage 2. It was an IO Leshrac. They also had a Marcy along with it. I don't know if they're going to go full combo.
They're playing against who was the carry they were against?
It was a Lifestealer on Yatoro.
Okay. I don't think I saw that one.
I'd be really curious if because I always think of when I see Tusk Night Stalker, they're both heavily countered by summons and illusion heroes. So I'm wondering if we're going to see like TB or Wraith King perhaps as like a stun initiator in the carry role, a hero. Like I really think we're going to start seeing off-meta carries that are good against specifically Ember or Night Stalker when they're in the game, because these heroes they're clearly OP enough that you need to address them directly. And I think the best way to punish Night Stalker is in the laning phase. And the thing this hero lacks is wave clear and ability to defend his own tower. And so heroes that pressure that early, I think we'll see a rise in. And IO, even though IO like Wraith King or IO Terrorblade isn't exactly a combo, you have the Lesh later, so.
Well, this is another Wind Ranger. Team Spirit tried this once before. It did not win, but they seem confident picking in this phase because it does give them, I mean, it's great with tag team.
Yeah.
Fire tag team is great, and it gives them a lot of single target damage, which is what they need to kill the Leshrac or whoever IO's healing.
It also just looks like they're setting up for an overall last pick for Yatoro, so they needed to pick a mid hero that doesn't really have any outright matchups that it loses. Like Laurel mentioned, that what he sees in the Wind Ranger is that you need to pick a mid that doesn't get counterpicked and can lane against anything, and that's where her value comes from.
Yeah, there's no like real stuns that he's gonna be afraid of in this game on the Wind Ranger. It's not like you're playing into some coil setup from Puck. Rest of the heroes come in. It's gonna be very difficult to catch this Wind Ranger, and with all these saves, I've been a really big fan of Silencer in this patch because it feels like counter initiation is so good. It also allows you for your team to jump in, so you have Wind Ranger who can go in, you lock onto the one target, you go in with the Night Stalker providing vision. So I think this IO Leshrac already got pretty heavily countered by what Team Spirit did pick.
Their lanes are not stronger though than this IO Marcy Muerta Lesh opener that they have. Like the last time Chimera ran this, they ran over the game pretty hard from winning their lanes. And her Silencer has good counter initiate versus like the reload versus all of these combinations. And I think the main value in Silencer is just stopping the relocate and stopping the save, but their lanes are still not stronger than Chimera's lanes.
They want to be active with the two supports. Night Stalker, he wants that solo XP, so you want to leave him alone. I don't think he dies if he's going to be playing into IO Marcy, most likely. So this is the lane where you definitely have enough move speed. There's not enough lockdown to kill you. And Silencer and Tusk, I expect these two heroes to be playing around the Wind Ranger and just keep getting those mid kills and punish Leshrac, because support rotations are not as strong on a Chimera, the way I'm seeing it, at least.
Who builds the heal reduction though on Team Spirit? Like maybe their big plan is to have a really strong counter pick on Yatoro for the Mercy, but like there's no hero that builds a vessel for them. There's no hero that like goes Shivas. Mid-Wind Ranger is not going to buy the Shivas. Night Stalker has to go like blink BKB. He can't really go the Shivas either.
Or Orb of Corrosion, item that every other hero buys in this patch.
Yeah, you can get it in Night Stalker easily.
I just while I do like Team Spirit's draft conceptually, I think the IO Marcy Lush has looked so strong, and I just don't see the fight back right now.
I'm worried that Wind Ranger's not going to have enough single target damage, and IO's going to make Marcy's lane really good because it's a really strong combo, and then later on it's going to be too hard to kill the Leshrac. So I think the lanes are so important for Team Spirit right now.
I really like Team Spirit's bans, by the way. I mentioned like Tusk, Night Stalker, both really weak against summons heroes, and they immediately, or their last round is more of a conceptual counter. Like they already banned Enigma, and then in the earlier stages, and then they banned Lycan Beast. I think Team Spirit has a really good idea of like what their weaknesses are in this draft, and I agree with all the points you guys have mentioned, but I also think that team fight wise, it heavily favors Team Spirit if the game's remotely even. So ignoring the last two picks, maybe since Chimera hasn't picked their offlaner, maybe that'll change. Maybe they'll pick something like a Mars, or it gives them some AoE lockdown. But right now, I don't really see, other than like roots on the side of Chimera, I don't really see like what they'll build naturally. The Atos is on Leshrac and perhaps Muerta. They don't really have a way to start fights. And Spirit also has insane burst, so I'm just thinking that it could kind of just be dismantled because Team Spirit's one of the best like map movement, team fight execution teams in the world, and I think they could kind of pick Chimera apart with that.
You know, Dahak's most common heroes that aren't picked, it's like Bristleback, Terrorblade. Those don't really solve that. Darkseer maybe. Dawnbreaker is countered by Silencer as well, so yeah, they don't have a lot of good options left.
I think Mars or Centaur could work for them quite nicely. The Hawk hasn't played them, but I'm sure he can if you're an offlaner. These are heroes you play.
Faceless Void.
That's a Primal Beast pick, I think, based on that. Like, based on that ban. What else would... Oh, Bristleback makes sense, too. Yeah, you mentioned that.
There's also Bristleback into Silencer. He doesn't really like to play into.
That's
it's
also
into Wind Ranger, into Tusk. Like a lot of the times you will see this Bristleback being very tanky. You're not as tanky against these heroes. Your tag team is just going to eat you alive.
10 seconds.
At least Bloodstone can dispel now. Maybe he'll go Bloodstone.
One of the two silences, yeah.
Yeah, I think you buy dispel items, and it's just a comfort hero, and it's like another in-your-face hero that can play with Io if necessary. It gives them an early timing. I honestly do think their timing on Chimera looks a lot earlier than Team Spirit's. And the Sven comes out in the end. I did mention that some teams love to run it on Radiant. It's kind of looked 50-50 for the most part, but you can keep your safe lane tower alive. You can farm really fast around that 15-minute fight. Maybe you're ready to fight with that god strength. But I just think Chimera's heroes, like these heroes look unstoppable together, and maybe Team Spirit learned from their last loss versus this combo, but I'm not a huge believer in the Wind Ranger.
I think all of the cores on Chimera are going to fight with each other because they're going to be like, no, tether me, Io, because there's so many good tether targets this game.
So we're going to be seeing double core farming in the jungle again from Chimera.
Beautiful synergy on display.
I think this Sven kind of seals the deal for Team Spirit because they have more than enough. They wanted some explosive damage. That's why they took Wind Ranger as well. And they also wanted Sven, which is going to tank up the whole team. So you have Warcry, which is going to be good for disengaging. They're lacking control on side of Chimera. I don't see them catching them that easy.
Let's see what our casters think. Odie, Pixel, and Gunner. Brian, what do you usually do at this point?
Can we get a zoom in on Gunner, please?
That's the one. And then what do you do? Do you ask him about like heroes and stuff like that?
Yeah, mid Wind Ranger.
Mid Wind Ranger. No, that's a head shake, and I don't blame him. Laurel already lost with it. How's Io Marcy these days? Yeah, it's still a nod. It kind of fell off a little bit, but well, no, beg to differ. Double thumbs up, big heart. That's a strong vote of confidence. Sounds like Chimera may have cooked yet again. Spirit, once again, knew that this combo had to be coming. They lost to it already in a group stage 2. And now, elimination on the line for playoffs, Purge.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big series for sure. Can Chimera right their morale after the last couple losses? I'm not sure. But
well, if we're on the panel, we know that Night Shift Chimera did well. Maybe they'll bring back that magic in game number 1.
No more games.
Yes, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get down to the action here in the lower bracket. Team Spirit versus Chimera. I'm only Pixel, joined by Gunner.
Hello.
Gunner, what do you make of this? I see a team that's let the Panto IO through in a pretty good IO game run. This guy, Grandmaster TIO, do you really want to mess with this?
I think last time they played IO, they had a really good game. The IO has looked very, very strong this patch. I think Lesh is also a really good hero, so I do like that. On the other side of Spirit, we made fun of the Sancer at the beginning when people were picking it. And now I think every time we see Sancer, they have 40 stacks of brain drain in 15 minutes.
That's true.
So
we've had some crazy brains. Crazy draining of brains.
Crazy drain.
Just remember.
And yeah, I don't know. That's the hero that scares me. To be honest, for Chimera, it's
Could be worse.
specifically Maposhka Sancer.
Wait, no, it couldn't.
If he pops off, I think it's gonna be really easy for Spirit. They have the damage. They have brain right here.
They do. Easy +1 to start the game up there for Maposhka. Collapse claims first blood.
That's also really big. I think offlane getting first blood is the most important in the entire game, most impactful. Because just getting these stats, getting this regen, is laning stage so much. And Collapse will free farm now at this point in the lane.
What do you sort of make of the mid? Are you happy with the Wind Ranger? Where do you sort of put Wind Ranger right now?
I don't really know the new win because they gave her new facets.
Yeah.
In the past, when Leshrac was a really popular hero, she was probably the best mid or the second best mid versus Lesh, just because you ult this guy and he gets focused by physical damage. The same for like Death Prophet. You really like the wind in these matchups. Laurel didn't go the execute facet.
Unfortunately. No, it seems like the serious one does tend to be the Tangled when it's the core. Which is fair enough. It is giving you that more damage with the Shackle. When it comes to actually being able to shackle multiple people...
I don't think that happens that often, right?
It kind of never happens, but you're getting this bonus damage when your Shackle hits, so... It feels nice when you're playing a core.
There's probably some interaction with creep waves. It becomes easier to shackle the hero and not accidentally get the range creep.
That's
you
true.
kind of have all these like
because
options.
it's got a bit bigger of a cone that it searches behind the target. That's definitely true in those sort of situations. It is very likely to come in handy, but definitely not as cool as the power shot execute.
Yeah, hopefully we'd see that.
Yeah.
I miss when it was global. They first added it. It was a global spell. It had an execute. If you were mid-wind, you would just snipe. It was like a sunstrike.
It was tied to the shard or the Aghanims back then.
I think it was the shard.
I think it might have been, yeah. I think it was in the days before the Gale Force, right?
Yep.
That's bottom lane. How are we doing so far here? Looks like
You're
Radant
doing very well.
on the spend.
I'm very proud of you.
Fine start. I mean, does this lane get tougher for one of the two when it's the Bristle versus Sven?
I think it just keeps getting tougher for Bristle. The start of the lane is going to be hard because of the Silencer Bristle matchup. Bristle's a hero. Guys, I want to click my spells every 2 seconds, and Silencer punishes you the more often you click spells. Just hard matchup overall for Dahak. If they get this kill, I'll be really happy for Dahak, but I don't know if it's going to happen.
He's got a lot of goose stacked up on Maposhka, and Maposhka's going down.
Okay.
They'll get him.
I think Radon used his stun.
Top. Tier 2000.
Ponto.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and chase for the IO as well. They've got Void back up here from Collapse. They should be able to dive for this. Depends how much they want to spend time chasing him. Yeah, they're going to get him surely. Panto, okay, so good tether over to the creeps. Couple more right clicks. One more.
Very proud of you.
Oh, he's living. Guards out. That'll do it. Root comes in with the final bit of control required to get another kill here. For this top lane, 3 kills already here. 3 minutes in for Collapse.
Yeah, and again, a lot of this breaks down to the first one. He has a Gloves of Haste at 3 minutes in the game. He's building treads. Usually the Night Stalkers, I think, are going phase still, so just going for this lane-dominating CSing build, and it's really paying off. They're going to go and fight again top.
Let's have a look. See if they can bring down Collapse. He's got the 1 charges it into the trees. Tier 2000. Chasing him down. They're taking their time, but they will get him.
Is the greed.
Chimera, a little bit of revenge there as they're able to strike back and knock Collapse out of the lane. And there's a time where there's quite the creep wave coming in as well.
Yeah, he's going to miss a lot of this. Maybe the first like 3 creeps, 4 creeps. Which hurts. You never want to be missing these creeps. And now net worth-wise, Tier 2000's pretty much caught up.
Yeah.
Assuming he doesn't die here.
This is the thing, right? Because even though he's managed to get these 3 kills top Collapse, only 8 CS, the lowest at the moment out of the cores by quite a bit. Back in the mid. See 1J head over.
You're completely fine on Laurel.
And Shackle's not going to quite connect.
A lot of damage.
Okay, he's just straight up dead. 1J is the dead shot. Lar's gone. Maybe Team Spirit able to punish Lauren as Root.
With the tag team.
Yeah, stops him from being able to get the pickup on the water rune. Sets him a Poshka to get another +1. Ends up being the trade of the mids.
It's worth it.
Yep.
+1 in. I think he was a bit too greedy fighting into the Edict.
It looked like he was going to get out of there, Lar.
Yeah. Collapse, I think, is probably fine. They don't have the best chase. Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, I thought he could just walk away from the Edict. I think they wanted a turn because they knew Rue was coming from top with the tag team, the Poshka, but just a bit too greedy. The dead shot also probably caught him off guard. Wasn't expecting all this burst at the very end.
Really got to respect that diabolic Edict damage early on as the mid laners. We've seen it many a time. Lesh is just getting the chance to run someone down.
It's funny. I feel like people still aren't used to that one. It's been in the game for such a long time, but it always catches players off guard. You always want to be greedy versus.
We're going to try for Panto. The Panto's going to get backup coming in. When Rebound comes in from TH1000, 1J turns up with the backup. They look towards Collapse. Collapse will get kill. He's not getting out. Rue will be able to TP away, but Collapse trading his life without the support. Same time down bottom. Not going to be able to dive into the tower for Dark. He's going to be fine. But yeah, this top lane Collapse continues to be held behind a bit on the farm with a couple of trades not going his way.
Yeah, but funny enough, he's still top net worth. I think a lot of the time in these kind of scrappy lanes where it's trading kills back and forth.
Yep.
If people are CSing and getting kills, both cores actually end up being more farm than a completely neutral lane.
Because you're kind of adding gold to a lane by feeding that is not in the lane otherwise. So you're just generating gold.
And especially the support, sometimes they get more XP now because Collapse is dead. Oh, Rue gets a little creep wave to himself, and he's all happy about it, or stole XP on a kill because he was the only one alive. So it's a weird system where sometimes these end up actually being better for heroes like Collapse just by dying.
The low CS, high kill death lanes,
Because if there's zero kills, T2000 is 36 CS, Collapse has 17. So the net worth would not even be close. It's a win for Collapse.
He's happy. He's happy. Yeah, it doesn't look good on the CS, but it looks good on the net worth. And Radahn getting a lot of space now down bottom after the few times that they've not quite been able to kill Dark, but definitely pushing him out of the lane, making him feel less secure about sticking around. Shot.
Nice try.
I'm gonna grab him, Panto, with the tether.
I could compare top to bot, where the Hawk is basically in a similar position. If anything, he has over double CS of Night Stalker, but he's down 500 gold. And it's just because he's not getting these kills, he's not getting these trades. And you see Sven is also kind of behind the Marcy, even though he's the same CS as Marcy, he's also down 400 gold. And it's just based off these kills, based off the fighting. He is also behind an XP, so yeah, it's kind of just a funny thing to think about for me. I think the 8-minute rune fight, it's gonna be in 30 seconds. It's gonna be really big. The Poshka on Silencer always shows up to these rune fights. The hero's extremely strong. They even might want to dive Lorinov. So pops a shield rune early.
Yeah, it doesn't feel easy for Chimera, even if they do bring their supports mid, right? So the offensive potential of this Silencer and Tusk duo.
Well, if they bring TA2000, I was gonna say
that's true. If they bring the carry,
I was really bad at contesting runes, but Io with a carry, they turn this into a 4v3. Lara has to be careful.
It's unlikely to mess around with this. To try and play for the RNG, it is going to be down bottom, but nothing too exciting. Just the invis room for Root. Back to lane for TA2000. So, well, pretty close start, really. 8 minutes in.
Yeah, nothing too crazy.
Yep.
Just, I would say neither draft has super fast tempo based on the heroes. You have Lorinov's going to want to farm his whole Bloodstone. He just has the Bloodstone queued up. We see him on a Sentry Ward.
A tithe to the impurities.
Probably can't get. Lorinov doesn't have stun. Oh, he just got level 8.
There we go. There's the opener into the rebound. By some time in the snowball, but Root will be going down. Lorinov claims the kill.
Worst feeling in the world. Just a casual sentry in their own big jungle. It's actually the worst when you see your own ward get dewarded as a support, and then your core walks to where they dewarded the ward into a sentry ward and die. Do you ever do that, Owen?
Oh, yeah, horrendous things.
You like ping ward here right after you die? And you're like, oh,
honestly, yeah, and sometimes even instinctually I do it when I know that there's nothing there.
You just get caught out and you're like,
yeah,
"There's
you
a
know,
ward."
it's responsive. It's like, I gotta blame something else other than me. There's a ward there.
Yeah.
And there was not.
Hey, don't worry,
And
it still
never
happens.
really is when I do it.
No, it happens in these games.
Even at the high
I've
level,
played
yeah.
Officials and scrims where someone will die. They're like, oh, there's a ward here, guys.
Yep.
And then you go watch the replay after with them,
There's-
and they just walk through like the creep wave, and the enemy just saw them on the creep wave. You'd be surprised. A lot of funny stuff happens in these games. Even how serious this is. This is a top 4 game, elimination. It's still a game, end of the day. Everyone wants to have a little fun.
Radiant fortified destruction.
Oh no, the Hawk's pulling Roshan, that's not fun.
Radiant's bottom tower
We're gonna get this tier 1 down bottom here. TH2000 swinging over to the bottom lane with Panto.
Radiant's
Same
bottom
time,
tower has fallen.
got Team Spirit trying to get the tier 1 up top. So it's just gonna be going down quite a little bit slower than that of the push of Chimera.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. My big worry for, I guess even for Chimera, is I think Sven is a really nice matchup for his Marcy. Just because he's giving armor to his whole team, he hits really hard, can kill the Eye with cleave. And I feel like Radon's kind of going to be unchecked. He also effectively kind of has a built-in Battle Fury, whereas TA2000 has to spend all this gold to get a Battle Fury. Sven has it built-in. And I think Radon can just carry this game by himself almost, if he gets the space for it. It just depends as well. We haven't really seen Win, and I don't know what Laro's really going to build on her. He's going for the Maelstrom, just I guess the old school build.
We're gonna try for Dark. And as well with the focused fire.
Back team.
Taking a lot of damage. It's enough to bring him down, but TH2000 turns up, and we're gonna see Chimera try and strike back. They're able to bring down Lal. Might even have the chance of chasing Collapse here. Trying to the rebound is on point by TH2000. As Chimera turn up, put a stop to the push. The tower is perfectly fine. And they get 2 pretty big kills, knocking out Collapse and Lal. Relatively easy there for TA2000.
Yeah, he had no wind run on Lara, so TA2000 killed him in 1 burst of the ult. That
We'll
was
see again. I mean, they went all in for Dahak. To be fair to them, they kill him a little quicker than even I thought they were going to. They do bring him down, but at this point,
but Lara has no wind run.
he just dies immediately. Literally from one flurry of TA2000's attacks, he's gone. And then just great read there from TA2000, catches him bang on with the rebound. And yeah, the tower still stands.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm pretty surprised that it took them that long to pressure this tower. I guess Collapse hasn't really been having this aggressive lane top. Even then, the biggest difference is the carries. So TA2000 show up to the bot tower to take it, whereas Radon just kind of farmed the whole time. And that's the physical damage you need to take these early towers. You usually have to bring this like +1, this carry. Yeah, huge win for Chimera to just defend that tower. Take the fight like that.
Finally goes down, but indeed a good few minutes longer standing than that of Team Spirit's own tower down bottom. Lorenov is going to have the amplified damage rune in the bottle for the next fight. Spirit have got to be very cautious of that one, especially if there's potential for a relocate play. But for now, at least Panto in this early game, very much sticking with that TA2000's Marcy. As mentioned on the panel, we'll definitely see some more kind of switch up of who Panto decides to favor as his main +1 in the later stages of the game. Bottom, they're trying for Dahak. The halberd onto Radon, but Dahak's pretty on his own here, as the 4 of them will go down.
Yeah, he's just playing a bit aggressive. I think this is kind of Dahak's playstyle, though, and just in Bristle in general, is constantly shoving the waves in, being super aggressive, giving his team space. It definitely feels deaths matter a bit less in a good way. I think it's a lot of just being purely aggressive and constantly making them have to. They brought 4 heroes into their own jungle. So now, Lornoff, free game, T2000, free game. And honestly, you want to avoid dying, but
Dire's bottom tower.
you take what you can get.
Look good. Radiant's top tower's about to topple.
I just find this draft is really strange for me to think about, because I feel like Win just is a very low impact hero. And neither team has good fight starters. So
what do you think they were looking for in the hero when they went with the Wind Ranger at the point of the draft they did?
I think it was just a Lesh response, because they picked it pretty much right after the Lesh in the draft. And also IO. It's good for both, because both of them kind of rely on have one guy being alive walking into the entire enemy team, whether it's the IO pair or the Lesh himself. And Wind Run or Focus Fire kind of stops that fully. You focus and you kill only one guy a fight. That's the only job you can do. You kill one person. So in theory, it's just a good matchup.
1J.
Oh no!
Oh, lovely little setup there into the stun. That was, I mean, you know, when it comes to these Muerta players, you do see some fantastic stuff there. And 1J, another situation where he just lays down the spells perfectly.
He's not feeling the love.
Most players are getting too good at Muerta.
They kind of are. It's like the hero. What we're seeing from the hero now compared to, like, you know, a few months ago, there's so many of these supports that they do it perfectly. To the point where I'm pretty sure we're gonna get some sort of Muerta nerf just because of the how high skill some of these players are getting on the hero.
At the start, when she was first added to captain's mode, people would shoot the hero with it just for the slow, and they're like, oh, the slow's good enough. Now it's always angled perfectly to get some fear into your own team. It's these like crazy long angles. It's really fun to watch. I think Mertz is such a cool hero. Just as a whole design, her spells are really fun. I just think it's interesting she became a support, but it generally feels like it fits her. I don't know if it was intended, but I like it. Ooh, the Tormentor fight. So Chimera's too late because they were roaching.
They might still take the fight because they might assume that Spirit's pretty low, but Spirit, they're straight out of there.
TA2000 might see them. Yeah, TA2000 sees Rue.
You get on top of him though. Okay, with the TP over from 1J, there we go. 1J TP's over to cut off the escape of Rue. So Rue will have little ways to play his way out of this. Okay, rebound is gonna miss. Still got plenty to throw down onto the tusk. Claim another kill for TA2000. 1J, of course, will secure the Shrine of Wisdom. At the same time, Laurenov is looking at trying to chase down some of the rest of Team Spirit here with the backup of Panto. But with the curse upon him, he's gonna have to be a bit careful.
Both teams are just struggling to start fights. Chimera doesn't have, like I was saying earlier, they don't have an initiator. They do have the Atos on 1J, but we've seen Lushes go Atos. Laurenov doesn't. I think it's because of this IO pairing. And on Radiant, you could say it's like, oh, they can shackle, or realistically, it's Radon, but a lot of Svens have kind of fallen out of favor of buying this Blink Dagger fairly early, or even a Shadow Blade. They're just going full stats. They want to be a strong right-click carry that walks in, and it definitely feels all weird for teams to just start the fights walking at each other.
And we're seeing the river. Dahak is getting destroyed. We're going to have Laurenov try and charge towards them, see if we can get something in return. We get the stun in onto Mapochka, rebounding for TA2000. My goodness! A beautiful jump from in there. They're able to get the cleanup. They get Rue as well. Laurenov gets the last hit upon all of them with the triple. I mean, yeah, just some beautiful involvement in these early moves from TA2000, turning up and now over to the mid. They've got the setup here on towards Radon. Radon, again, disposed back into the silence. He can't even get this. Stunner finally gets it off, but it's too late. Laurenov, he sweeps across, gets the ultra kill. I mean, these moves across the map from Chimera, they're much too much for Spirit to deal with, it seems.
Yeah. And what's the best way to walk the enemy team? It's going to haste room. Laurenov goes in, just runs into everything.
Straight at them.
Super sick rebound from TA2000 as well.
Yeah, these jumps have been fantastic. In the perfect angle to just get that extra bit done with this Battle Fury. You know, he's running around with just Battle Fury and Mithril Hammer. And still, it's too much for Spirit to deal with right now. This Marcy's popping off.
Yeah, everyone on Chimera, I think, is popping off.
Yeah.
Hawk is just being aggressive, constantly playing in their jungle. It basically just baits Spirit onto him, knowing they can't let him sit there alone because he's free farming. And if they bring all their heroes there, now you might have to fight into an IO relocate. And when you focus Bristle, he's gooing everyone. Yep. That's why this Facet is so cool for utility, that you focus everything on Bristle, and if his team shows up, now you're all slowed, now you're all minus armor, his team gets to clean up. And do you want to keep going on Bristle in this situation? You kind of have to. You can't leave him alone.
Yeah, because something bad's going to happen.
Yeah, they were lucky that first time. Yeah, they were lucky when he was just alone. Now he's got a team.
I think because this is the crazy thing as well. Oh, we'll see a setup here.
Relocate?
They're going to use the global. Just in an effort to try and allow Rue to get out of this one, but Laurenov and Panto are looking to cut him off.
His dagger.
He's got the blink in time, yeah. He'll be fine, but that's global down. So that's 100 seconds in which Chimera can feel pretty clear to go for another move.
I don't know if that global feels weird. They use it obviously to counter
you wouldn't global for your Tusk?
If their game plan is not to take a fight, I guess they don't want to fight into this Aegis for a minute, and by the time the Aegis is out, they'll probably have global. It's just one of those things that you're using your big team fight cooldown
Radiant's
to save your
middle
support,
tower
and
is
now
under
you can't fight.
attack.
It almost feels, you know, when you see a tight end with Ravage. Oh, it doesn't need global if he's dead.
Radiant's
I mean, they're
middle
popping
tower
off
is
it.
under
5k
attack.
lead, 19 minutes in. And just look at like the kill involvement. This is quite a rare thing to see, right? 19 minutes in, they've got 14 kills as a team. Their Battle Fury carry, the Marcy, has the highest kill involvement. Tier 2000 is 570, he's been involved in 12 of the 14 kills. That's the most of anyone on his team.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle
He's
tower is under
playing
attack.
amazing
He's
today.
everywhere.
He woke up today to win.
He's up and down across the map. They're taking over here, Chimera. 5k advantage.
Radiant's top tower
Spirit,
is
they've got to
looking
try and slow them down
establish.
somehow.
I think it's on Radon. Radon needs to be able to show up to these fights. He did get picked off mid. But, oh, Laurel hasn't felt very impactful. Maybe he was missing. He was hoping
Dire is
for
scared
a Brigand's
for
Blade.
enemies.
That's why they picked one.
Oh, there we go.
He wanted the Brigand's Blade tier 2.
Is that what it is? Back in the game, so now you get these mids going, listen, guys,
Pangolier.
Wind Ranger.
That's why Pagan was being picked so much. 20% win rate?
I mean, honestly, Pango makes sense because of the Brigands, because it's pretty crazy on it.
That's what you're saying. Win doesn't.
I mean, win range is a win range, you know? Pango's a Pango. Apples and oranges. Does that mean they're the same
You
or
can't be
different?
wrong.
I don't, but you know what I mean? It
is comparing apples to oranges.
Let's have a look. They're going to try here. Get Radon involved here around this fight in the mid. We might be... Ooh. We're going to go into Hark first. Tier 2000, he's jumping in. He's got a BKB on top of his Battle Fury, so Tier 2000 is not scared of much right now. I mean, they're having to pop the nighttime here, Collapse, to try and get away. Can they still fight with the Spirit? They do want to. They want to get Radon involved. Chimera, they're not giving it to them.
I don't think they can fight them. Yeah, they have no initiation. How do they start a fight? The reason the fight started was they walked into a bristleback and then went, oh, we did 10% of his health, guys. He's going to kill us all.
I mean, yeah, but where is it going to come from? I mean, it's got to be a blink surely on someone. Maybe blink on Collapse right after the S and Y.
Courier has been killed.
Or does that feel bad?
They have the Rue blink, so it's all gonna be on this tusk to go in.
But isn't he looking to sort of sit back and try and save someone?
Yeah, that's the
rather than be the
hard part.
initiator.
He has to initiate.
Sure.
And there's also Collapse, like you said. Maybe he goes blink. I don't think he will.
Okay. He'll just kind of put nighttime and run at
Yeah,
them.
you just have to play with the vision.
Yeah.
And eventually, when you have full vision of the enemy team, you're gonna get a random shackle. You're gonna get a random Sven stun. It just is harder. And there's times in the game where you smoke like this, and you don't get the jump, and then you're thinking to yourself, "Oh, what do we do?" So
And this is the thing, right? Because you can make the jump in, but with how large Lorinov is right now on the Leshrac, do you even want to be anywhere close to him?
No, even Tier 2000. I don't know if at this point Radon will win the 1v1 man fight, because I believe Unleash goes through BKB, so Radon won't even be able to attack.
Ready to try and finish off the tier 2 mid. Spirit not in position to take a fight here. To let it go.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Radon has a full Shivas.
Yeah, he's massive.
He is huge. The brain
Collapse.
drain from Maposhka.
Ooh, they don't see him quite there. So playing around the edge of the vision, Collapse is going to be okay.
He's scouting. They're kind of connecting. Maybe they catch 1J or Panto. Those are the two options for kills. It's just the supports.
Yeah.
I don't think T2000 dies to this.
Maybe they can force his BKB.
Can they? The whole team is behind him.
Last year, he probably gets tethered and then he keeps his cool and he's like, I don't even need to press it. Let's have a look. Oh, okay, no,
Okay,
he feels
pressed it.
straight away. He's like, I gotta press it, but he wants to press it and fight, of course. Gets back in with the dispose. They'll look towards Collapse. Collapse on top of Lorinov just gets completely shredded by the output of the Leshrac's damage. I mean, yeah, Tier 2000, he was just like, okay, you want to fight? We'll give it you. Just BKB grabs him and make sure that Spirit, or in particular Collapse, regrets looking to go poking around for some sort of action.
It's getting worse and worse for Spirit. I think they missed their big window, especially that tier 1 top. You know, 15 minutes ago, they fight this tier 1 top. They all just kind of die, and I felt they haven't really done much since. That was their last big move they did as a team that had any impact besides dying. And the win hasn't done much either, especially the win. I think this hero hasn't been picked. I think this is the first pick of the hero.
No, we had it. I think we had it once.
Did it win?
Honestly, I'm gonna check. We had a game of it.
Okay.
Under attack.
I'll look up the stats here, don't worry.
I just have always felt a bit awkward about this hero, even when it was a carry.
You were never a Win Ranger player back in the day?
I like playing win.
Yep.
I just like playing even though I thought it was not that good. It's a very fun
Is that
hero.
a common trend between mid players, do you think? It's fun to play, but it's probably not the best one.
Yeah, I think mid players will play stuff for fun.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble.
Usually, I feel like most mids on teams just get to pick whatever hero they want. The captain's like, yo, I don't understand mid. I don't play mid. What do you want to play this game?
So we have one of them previous patch in gaming versus Avalos.
Okay.
I'll check if it won or lost. And then one of them was by Spirit. Okay, no, it lost both games.
Okay.
So Avalos lost with it last patch, and then Spirit, they did try another game with it. They lost with it. To be fair, though, that was against Paravision, arguably the strongest team in the tournament. But here today against Chimera, also struggling. And again, you know, Chimera, they're not one to write off. They've had some crazy wins in that group stage too. So
Definitely.
yeah, maybe it's the win rate you're gonna. Maybe that ain't the hero.
I just really...
He went 3-7-3 against Paravision. And what's the KDA looking like this game?
2-4-2.
It might be on track to be the same.
It might be a bit better.
A little bit
Like
maybe.
5 deaths, 6 deaths.
We'll see if they can do anything here around the Roche. Because at the moment, Chimera, oh, okay, it's on the move, of course. Rue.
Can he get the blink up?
Then he can. Oh, we're going to see Radan try and commit in for the fight. They're going to look towards the heart. Roshan indeed has been taken down. Banner's on the ground, though. Collapse, he's able to steal the Roshan banner. So a little bit of something here for Spirit. They're going to try and fight back. No, he's gone for the focus fire into Panther. They have the global silence as well to give them the full chance to go all in on the IO. They kill Panther off, but he's ready to buy back. Radan, he's had to BKB for the remainder of his God Strength and kind of run away. He does not want to be a part of this fight. It gets a little messy. Roshan starts to get on the move. As I say, Collapse was able to pick up the Roshan banner. But overall, Chimera, they still get the Aegis on Lorenoff, and they still take the fight, killing off both Collapse and Rue. Only losing Panto themselves. I mean, Radan just couldn't find a way into that.
Yeah.
God Strength BKB, I don't think he really managed to get... barely managed to touch anyone.
I was watching him run through the fight.
Yeah.
He did 300 damage that fight on Sven. His silence, or his Tusk did more damage.
He just couldn't find a target. It was much too chaotic. You can see as well, obviously turning up the gods. Radan knows, right? He has to try and do something right now, considering the state of the game. It's just ever so hard to do with just how much the game is starting to fall apart for Spirit and just how far ahead, again in particular, the Lorenoff with his farm is just ahead of anyone else.
And he does recognize, so he queues up Blink now.
Yeah.
Before his crit, because he was going to buy a Chrysalis. Now he's going to go Blink. He has to. If you watch these fights consistently, Team Spirit doesn't really get an opening. I would say, you know, Chimera doesn't also have an opening, but since they're the ones ahead, they're the ones with the Lesh who actually walks at you and is happy walking at you, they have the advantage. No one on Team Spirit is necessarily happy being that guy that just kind of walks into 5 heroes and doesn't know what happens. Tormentor for Panto. Definitely a good one. It's just nice. It feels good. I don't actually know how impactful it is. It just seems, if you think about it, it's good.
It's a big number, right? 120 damage per second.
Yeah.
60 hit. Sounds pretty good.
And that's per unit you hit. Just tell Lesh to walk through 5 heroes.
That's true.
It's a lot of healing. And I think it has the... Everything works with creeps now, right? The healing dealt to creeps. They did like the whole blanket. But it's not as strong for creeps.
Tower has fallen.
Sure, there's each other and Shrine of Wisdom as well there. Leaving up no opportunity for Spirit ready to take anything from them. That's progress for Lal looking. He's trying to get his Manta online, so he's got some sort of quick way to get out of... if he does get clipped, well, I guess by the silences and the roots of 1J on the Muerta.
Yep, just the Atos, the Gleipnir.
Yeah. The push is coming in. Chimera.
Dire's bottom tower
Into the high ground. Spirit, what's the plan?
Radiant's
They don't have great defense. They're going to just need to end up taking a real fight.
Don is here. Blink at the ready.
That shot.
Dire's bottom tower is getting pushed around.
I'm going to be a bit careful about this. I think that Curry actually did pass by and give them vision, so they're going to know that there's an amplified damage rune up at the top. So tier 2000, I imagine, is going to want to get his hands on that one. Or maybe Lorenoff, honestly, with how large this Leshrac is. And yeah, Bottlers is ready, so Lorenoff can grab that from the next one in the mid. They'll find the chance to jump tier 2000. Gets caught by surprise. Question is, can they still fight, though? 5 versus 4. Because this Leshrac has an Aegis and an amplified damage. They're going to try and chase off. Look at the 1J, but Lorenoff, he's not scared. Jumps forward aggressively. Radan, see if he can still find a chance to get back in, but does get clipped by the sides to get the shackle shot onto Lorenoff. They'll try and burst through him. The once they've got him. The Aegis gone. They can go for round 2 now.
They can global to the reload.
Let's have a look. He gets the blink off in time. Jackal, not gonna latch. They're at the front of the fight. Dahak trying to draw their attention away from the rest of the team, and he's able to tank through it this time. They can't finish up Dahak straight away. The global comes out, but still Lorenoff's able to back up over towards the tier 2. He's fine, and now he can just turn back in, look towards Rue. The global stun only momentarily stopping Chimera in this team fight as they're ready to keep going. Lorenoff gets on top of Lal. Radan, he just has to run. There's no further fight to be had here for Spirit. Collapse may struggle to get out of this one as he's running out of options himself. They'll try and hold back the damage here with the disarm. Illusionary is picked up easy peasy there for Chimeras. They get the 3 of them. It's just proven to be all too much for Spirit to fight. And again, Radan's trying his best, trying to find some sort of way to get stuck in, but it's just so risky. And they can make that jump, blow up TA 2000 with the overwhelming damage with the God Strength. But outside of that, the team fights are getting so messy for Spirit.
Yeah, it was a fight 5v4 at the start of the fight. The carry is dead for Chimera, and it felt like they didn't even need him. Lorenoff was able to just walk and also to Hawk. Just survived.
He just survived at this point.
Dire's top towers.
What do you do if you're Spirit? And it's 3-7-3 last time. He might be on track to be 3-7-3 again on the win range this time, Gunnar.
Yeah, he's getting close.
Imagine.
They don't pick it again after this. Right, this is a game 1 experimental.
Who knows? There's still a little chance.
Yes.
We may still be seeing a Win Ranger Rampage on our screen before the end of this game. We don't know. It might happen.
It could happen right now in the next 20 seconds.
Let's have a look. Smoke up here from Team Spirit.
They need to focus. Maybe if Lorenoff dies, it's best case scenario. It's just there's so much you have to do to kill him.
Yeah,
he can BKB.
Yep.
And then Bloodstone, which will purge both the globals. He's just so tanky.
Here we go. They might try. They're gonna see if they can burst Lorenoff immediately at the fight. They get him with the jump. They get him down about half HP. They'll kill him off. Lorenoff's gone. It's a great start to the fight. They turn towards tier 2000. They get to carry Marcy as well. A beautiful start for Team Spirit this time around as they can look for more. Global silence is out. Rue and Radan looking to chase out 1J. With the sun connection, they're ready to turn back over towards Panto. 1J sharded, caught here on the edge of the Roshan pit. They'll get it. A beautiful jump. I mean, that's the key, I guess. They just jumped the ledge track. They're able to kill Lorenoff. And then the fight starts to fall apart. Dahak? Kizzle? Able to stop it. Collapse isn't in time. A little bit tricky to take down. Take a fair bit of damage in response for going for him here as he's able to survive still through quite a bit. They should still eventually get him as they get a team wipe. There we go. Spirit, just like that. That was all like a 9k gold swing or something. Back in the game, get the jump onto Lorenoff, and despite how farmed he is, Radan was able to kill this Leshrac.
Tower looks to be disintegrating.
I didn't see 2000 have ult in that fight. I don't think they recently
We'll be able to check the replay.
No, when they were fighting, his ult was still like 6-7 seconds cooldown, and he wasn't able. If he was able to have ult, he would probably bash.
Yeah, that's true.
Radan once or twice. Maybe he saves his ledge. And even the man fight, it's super different if he has ult because he's slowing the attack speed, but just not having this big cooldown. I don't know if he was using it to far. Maybe there's a kill I missed. I just don't remember there being a kill recently. Huge swing. Just the fact that they're able to burst Lorenoff like that, it's the chainstone. So they do have a lot of chainstones, so it's tossed into
a spin again. I just did the perfect jump.
Yep.
Straight for the Leshrac. It's the biggest threat. Get him out the fight as quickly as you can, and they can.
So tier 2000 still has no ult. He gets it just now, right before he dies, and I think that could change everything because it's an AoE attack speed slow as well when the pulses pop.
So a massive swing. I think large in part just because of how specific and particular Radan's been about when he fully commits, right? The last few fights, he has not fed. He's not gone in unnecessarily. He's known when there's nothing to be done. He's been out of there.
Definitely.
But when he chooses to strike, it is the right time.
Ooh, they smell the smoke out. So one just hit the dead shot. You hear like this sound when you hit a hero with the fear, and they know exactly where the smoke is. Shouldn't get caught. They're just sitting as 5. Game just got so much closer.
Oh, it really did. That whole lead just taken away in a moment off the back of that team wipe. Chimera, though, not afraid to fight back. See if they can regain what they had before. They'll get the jump to Maposhka. Watched out to the side there by Lal. Get the jump in, tier 2000. He gets the jump in on towards Lal. Dispose as well. Good with the Manta, Lal. Continue the run. Chimera still looking to move forward into this. Jump forward. Laurenov's in with the BKBs. Close the gap onto Lal. Stun connects. They'll kill off the Wind Ranger. And on to tier 2000. I mean, it's the damage coming out here with the crits as well. 2100 damage there from Radan in that one hit. tier 2000 at this point getting completely crushed anytime Radan's able to get the gap closed. And he might be ready to go for more. He's wrapped around from the side. He's found his next target. Jumps onto Panther. Bam! The IO disintegrates. And Radan, he's not done yet. Harpoon over towards Laurenov. So Lotus Snowball will buy a little bit of safety for Laurenov. Radan, his God Strength will wear off. He may call it quits here and back off from the rest of the potential of this fight. And indeed he will. He won't commit back in. So Chimera able to get some kills off towards the end. But again, I don't know, this Radan Sven factor, it is getting pretty spooky when you watch what he's doing. Amongst the chaos, it feels like there's a high chance that Radan might just have this all under control for Spirit.
Yeah, it definitely feels almost like he's 1v5ing these fights.
Yeah.
He also has the global backup. I think sounds are huge in team fights. He gets the new global is it basically applies twice. So if you dispel it once, you have to dispel it a second time. It's just really hard to cast the spells for the beginning of the fights, and that's exactly what Sven wants. His whole new tree and like innate is that he does 30% more damage on enemies that are stunned. So this Sven Blink stun combo is you have to kill the guys in this stun. It's also why the chain stuns are so good from Tusk, from Wind, because he's just doing more damage to whoever's chain stun. He gets all of his burst.
And this is a bit risky, right?
Yeah.
They're going for Rush. BKB and God Strength are going to be back up in a few seconds for Radan. So he's ready to go.
5 seconds on global.
This is the risky one to push for Chimera. Do they really get away with this Roche? This is how long it takes Spirit to jump.
Let's see how low it is.
Lal is checking it out, collapses in, and there's Radan in for the angle. Goes in with the BKB and the God Strength, but does get caught immediately by the stun. Still, though, the pickup of the Aegis is on the floor. There it is, tier 2000, he'll secure Aegis for the Master. Radan now in severe trouble as he's surrounded by Dahak and Laurenov. Chimera, they'll take the fight. They tried their best there with the jump.
The refresher got picked up by Laurenov.
But I think the only thing what Spirit got there, well, they got the last bit of damage. They got the kill on Roche.
At the last hit.
They didn't get the Aegis, the banner. They did not get the cleanup. They lose Maposhka as well. Miles out here. But Chimera, I mean, Chimera, they can start running down the lanes, taking these barracks.
Yeah, they can keep going.
And just like that, the game has gone back to kind of where it was before. Those couple of solid team fights Spirit had around the mid. Spirit, they're losing the base.
Yeah, it just might be 2 sides. There's nothing.
It might be more. I mean, it's a minute without Radan. He's going to have to commit buyback.
Yeah, and even with buyback, no BKB, no ult for 40 seconds. He doesn't want to fight.
I mean, that attempt to fight at the Roche up,
it looks so good, though.
It did. It looked like Spirit were going to get the whole complete setup. I'm going to try and catch what happened again, because I saw Radan blinking. I think he got stunned by something through the BKB.
TF2 hasn't bashed him twice in a row.
Just immediately. Because he didn't even manage to get any sort of attacks off when he went in with the God Strength and the BKB.
Yeah, I don't know if he had the Abyssal finished by the time of that fight. He Abyssaled him, but he definitely had the Basher, bashed him, I think, twice in a row. Pretty much up 2 different volleys.
Yeah, it completely stopped.
And the other big thing was, all right, it's just mega creeps.
Yeah, just like that.
Okay.
And maybe more. They're looking for kills.
That's
Really chased up towards Lal. Lal's desperately going to get back to the Phantom. Will survive in time, and the Bosch gets caught out of it. Rue's gone. I mean, I don't think I've seen the game go back and forth as quickly as this one has in quite some time. Yeah, from Radan crushing these team fights to then Chimera taking what seemed to be a risky Roche that apparently was not. They were ready. And now Spirit, they're up against mega creeps when it looked like 5 minutes ago they were going to have a solid chance at this one.
Chimera's back to being disbanded. That's all they needed. They needed to lose 3 series in a row. Morale's at an all-time low. And then they win the first game.
Let's have a look. See if Spirit have got one more fight in them here. Collapse. It's gone. He has buyback available. Radan is in position there at the angle. Coming in with the damage. They'll be able to cleave down Laurenov. Tier 2000, can they get him out of it? They can't. The Harpoon comes into play. They kill off the Master. Shackles onto Panto. Just around the IO. As this is going to be Spirit clean it up. So let's see how they do now. The Mega Creeps are up against them, but they're... Well, can they get the Huck as well? They can. Punch up in time. Radan's got the damage. Team wipe them. What's going to happen next here, Gunnar?
Okay. So 5 dead.
Yep.
On Chimera. Then it was 5 dead pretty much for Spirit in the pit.
This is a crazy game.
5 dead again for Chimera.
Yep.
Is it, so we got like 1 minute, it's gonna be 5 down on Spirit, or we're done with the back and forth?
As well, Radan.
Yeah, what?
13k hero damage done in that one team fight there. Down the mid, they go.
You can see the power of the innate, just with everything stacked up. So Lara gets this really sick 2-man shackle on both of the cores. And so Sven's doing 30% more damage to both of them, fully cleaving through. He also is doing 120% cleave damage.
Yep.
So he's doing like 160% damage, something like that, to the left, just with the cleaves. And then you combine that with ult, you combine that with cleave, and you're dead. There's nothing you can do to fight against this hero. Just with the stun duration talent, which I think probably is better now, especially with how just the innate works, as damage works, stunning them an extra 1 second. It's a 2.6 second stun.
It is a very powerful stun, you're right. But it's going to be hard to pass with that 50%.
Yeah. You're basically trading about 100 damage for 1 extra second of being stunned.
How well can they deal with Mega Creeps here, Spirit's heroes?
Pretty, well, I wanted to say pretty good. I don't know if that's actually true.
Okay.
Wind is okay at it. They have like 2 heroes that are okay at it. Wind's okay, Night Stalker's okay, Silencer's okay. Sven's really good.
Yeah.
So Radon's basically gonna have to do most of it by himself. They just... It can't be Radon because he's the one that needs to be in every single fight. I think if he's not single-handedly carrying the damage of these fights, the stuns, they're never gonna do anything. And usually you don't want that hero to be the wave shover.
I mean, we're gonna get some fun as well because Rue has nearly got his Aghanim's.
Okay.
So he's ready to start kicking them into the fountain when they come for the push and come to try and close the game up. Tormentor cleaned up. Nice shot to be found here for Laurenov on the Lestrak.
The fun one is Laurel's got a rapier cube.
There we go. I did not say there is a world where before the end of this game we may see a Wind Ranger rampage.
Yeah, you did.
Maybe.
That was even before the 5
They thought I was crazy, but there's a chance. Could still happen.
So Spirit wiped them twice at you, so that they're not too far off.
They're gonna go for Dark Top. Quick and easy kill. They get in front of him, cut him down with a few swipes here from
They're
Radan.
reloading in.
Uh-oh. But they bring Laurenov over.
He's so strong, though.
Let's have a look. But Radani's doing a fair bit of damage. And the stuns just he can't move Laurenov. He can't do anything. He's dead. Okay.
2000.
The other 2 cores didn't have a great chance. We're going to see TH2000 try for it now. He's in with the jump over towards Radan. He's got the dispose, but the snowball's coming in there. And TH2000 dead. And Jay, he's going to almost certainly die as well. They have the control. He's trying to run. Double kill for Rue. Radan's perfectly fine. My goodness, there was like all 3 cores. They tried to team up with the IO and nobody had a good time. Everybody just died one after one. This game's insane.
Why did they reload? Why can't it just be, oh, okay, they use like a smoke, 4 heroes brought to kill the Hawk.
They really went for that fight.
It's okay, guys. The Hawk died. Let's just play safe. They're down gold. Yeah. Spirit is up 4,000 gold against the Mega Creeps. And now the Tusk Axe is coming out. Lara has his Nullifier versus all these like Dispelables, the Ghost Scepter, the 4 Staffs.
Okay.
Even the Leshrac. So Leshrac had bought Axe, and it's Dispellable by the Nullifier. So I don't know if you can't really afford that many mistakes. Even though with the Megas, it kind of gives you +1, maybe +2 big mistakes.
I mean, that's the temptation, right? When you've got the Mega Creeps, you're like,
Everything's
we
fine.
can try this. It's fine. We've got the Mega Creeps. We basically won this game. Doesn't matter what we do.
You can be lazy.
You can, but
just-
to a limit.
Yeah. You just think, oh, okay, everybody's pushing in.
Yep.
We'll always see them. We'll never get ganked. We can farm everything until next Roche or next big item. We can go whenever we feel like, and the Spirit just goes.
They certainly do.
They find like the perfect timing where their waves are shoved enough. They're not getting map pressure. They find, I don't know, the perfect fight. what I don't know more you could ask for. Ooh.
I mean, what do you imagine Spirit do now? They just sort of wait for Chimera to do that again? Or do they get out the run?
Probably. You just wait. Just wait. The big move you would want to make is for Roche. Getting this Aegis is really important, but yeah, you basically are just chilling. You just don't want to be the ones caught out on Spirit, because if Spirit get caught out, Rudon has no buy. And
amplified damage rune.
Okay.
That's a tasty one here for Mr. Lorenoff or for Mr. Tier 2000.
Looks like TA is gonna get
give
it.
them the bottle. There we go. I guess you do want to.
The Hawk is so far.
Okay. He's just not scared.
Yeah.
Which is fair. He's got the whole team behind him. Team Spirit are a little bit split up.
They should make their way.
Does anybody get caught?
Shivas?
He's going to clip onto Rue and Mapochka. We get the stun opening on towards Rue, but he's forced up to the high ground. And yeah, Red Arm was able to TP out there from the tree line. So everybody gets back to base safely on Team Spirit.
Rudon also went, so he went Abyssal. I think not a lot of Svens have ever gone Abyssal really in the history of the hero, just because he has like a built-in stun. You'd rather buy items with damage. But again, because of
this innate.
The innate.
Yep.
It's really cool. I actually like the design of the hero now, that you just want to kill these heroes in the stuns, or because you get kited. It kind of makes sense with his playstyle. It just makes him better at what he's good at without making him broken in general.
How's the Rapier Dream looking? 4,200 gold
Getting
on
close.
the way to it, lol.
Yeah, just about 1,400 away.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Go Spirit.
He also can sell. He's going to have to sell an item. Probably.
Probably the treads, right?
Yeah,
Line
I think he needs the Maelstrom to shove these waves out. You don't really want to give that up.
Roshan's up. They know. Last time round, this didn't go too hot for Chimera. Or it did.
It did.
I can't even remember now how back and forth we went. Yeah, it did. It did go hot.
It went bad for Spirit.
That's true. They all jump in and then get stunned.
It's also very hard because of the less shard. So you're going to start spam applying his split Earths. It's going to be impossible for Team Spirit to really walk into. So they have to find the heroes outside the pit.
They can look for 1J, but 1J got the ult off very quickly. Tier 2000 in with the jump over Radon, but Radon turns, stands his ground. The Abyss was there holding Radon in position for now. Tier 2000, he has to run. The punch up there from Rue. They keep Tier 2000 controlled. It's just not able to to Radon. Radon, he's in trouble. They've just got to leave him behind. There's no saving the spell. As Radon will fall. Lala was able to take Panther in return, but they still had to just split and get out of his Spirit, get back to the base, deal with the fact that there's multiple siege creeps trying to hit the Ancient right now. They got to deal with that one. The Chimera will get the space for Roshan. Spirit, they have to get on the defensive and try and hold for 80 seconds without Radon.
Rapier time. Laura has to do this.
He's got to do it. There it is.
Okay.
Sell the treads. He's got the Rapier. As was foretold, maybe the Wind Ranger Rampage will turn this game around, Gunnar.
I think he also needs 25 on the win for the
advanced skills.
Yep. Because it goes down to a 12-second cooldown if you get a kill.
Yep.
Again, Wind is only really good at killing one hero at a time, so making a 12-second cooldown instead of 30 lets you actually pseudo-kill multiple heroes in the fight. It's still... I don't know if Chimera will push. They might not make this super aggressive guy just go in the game.
Do you assume when you click this Sven that he doesn't have buyback? Or you... In a game as crazy as this, right, I feel like it's hard to tell.
It's hard to track.
It's hard to tell if he's going to have the gold or not.
Especially when people start selling these items and like changing them in and out.
Kind of forget where they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to make him buy with the IO respawn. Like IO realization.
Oh, there's the kick! Oh, not quite all the way into the Phantom, but still in the hands of Lal. With a Rapier and a focus fire.
That's 25 on Laurel.
Lal makes quick work at the Bristol.
This is so stressful for Chimera. They feel so strong. I think they just felt strong the entire game. They're always ahead. Radon was never going to have impact. T2000 could like man fight him, Basher. There was a few times it felt a bit scary when Radon started showing up to these fights, but I think every time they just are getting killed. Just getting a bit outplayed.
Well, you know what as well. There's potential for so many things this game, but there's potential right down the line. What items does Marcy need to have to be able to relocate in and ult the Ancient and kill it through backdoor protection? Like a Rapier is one enough? You get one Rapier, are you killing
Maybe Rapier AC?
Rapier AC, you can end the game through backdoor?
I think so.
That might happen as well. We might see something crazy like that come out from them.
And then Panto gets 25.
Yeah.
Gets the Deso.
That There's crazy futures ahead of us. Multiple timelines we could end in, and all of them are pretty fantastic with the game as wild as this one.
If they get to this point, they're all entertaining.
Yeah. 48 minutes in, 5k lead for Spirit, but the Mega Creeps are up against them. Aegis as well in the hands of their opponents. Still low enough with that for 3 minutes. They have a Rapier on Lal. Still, the buyback situation, probably very important to note, and it's the fact that Radan's he's going to need a lot of money before he's got his buyback back online here as the Sven.
He's been buying all his items every time he gets it. He's not really playing for...
He's all in.
He bought the Shard as well, so now Warcard is undispellable. Well, I don't know if there's Purge on... Yeah, there's no Purge on Chimera, but just more armor, also in AoE, more movement speed. It's a good Shard.
What's the goal now for Chimera with this Aegis? What are they sort of saying to themselves? How are they discussing ways they want to go about ending this game?
I would say the first thing they want to do is make sure they all have buy.
Yep.
Which I think they do, right? Marcy's close. Marcy and Io. So about 200 gold for each. They probably want to get their buybacks. And when there's about a minute left on the Aegis is usually when you should go dive. Because otherwise, if you go in too late, then the Aegis might expire during the fight. And if you go too early, then you're wasting a lot of the farming time of the Aegis. Again, it is scary for them. It's not this easy push. We just go hit the throne. Sure, they could commit in, press 5 BKBs, all hit the throne, force the enemy glyph, and then they have this like 5-minute window to do it again and hopefully kill the throne. It's just a big risk. Because then you reach the point of, oh, now maybe we have to buy back for Team Spirit so they don't kill our throne, and it's stressful. 50 minutes in, you don't want to throw these kind of games.
Especially not down here in the lower bracket at the playoffs.
Loser of the series is going home.
They're going on.
Still top 4. It's
still pretty good.
It's still pretty
But
good.
yeah, if you get it this far,
You don't want to get...
you're in it to win it.
Yeah.
4th place is just not going to be good enough. Want that top spot. Trying to wisdom.
Alright, Lorna bought out. He doesn't even want his buyback.
He's close to it. He's like, guys, it's fine. I'll go in. I'll get at least 1 kill on the way out. I'll have buyback.
Yeah, he'll get 800 gold. TA2000 all just bought out. None of them care about buy.
Okay.
I mean, it is risky because, again, they have 30 seconds on this Aegis, so either they just aren't going to use the Aegis.
I don't think they are. I think they're going to wait.
Just go farm more. All right, 2,000 gold for TA2000. He just full bought out an MKB. Interesting choice. I guess it's for the wind.
I would have rather seen him go for that AC and then had the chance to get the Rapier.
Yeah.
I did that backdoor play. It could definitely be a play.
Yeah, it could be a play.
It could be a play.
Is it the play? Is it a winning play? I don't know. That sounds like an unranked 5-stack kind of play. Guys, let's hit the throne. They can't stop us.
I'm just trying to envision how, but it would go down quite quickly, or would I be? It wouldn't look that quick.
Is this through back door?
Yeah.
Or no?
Through back door.
Through back door. It's not quick enough. I think Lara would be able to TP and ult the Marcy and kill her.
That's true. The win range factor, unironic, at this point of the game, like, there was definitely a period where it's like, all right, lol, what are you going to do on the win ranger? But now at this stage, it's very clear what he's going to do. With the Rapier and the BKB, he can just focus down and pretty much eliminate any of these heroes.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's pretty terrifying for Chimera. The win ranger now is absolutely a threat.
This is the Bruge, so he's doing a bit of bonus magic damage on these hits. I think it might be worth it for him to buy out the Ags on the win too, just for the, it gives 45% physical damage reduction on win run, just like flat, and it also makes you invis. Which, honestly, the flat damage reduction is more impactful than the invis because it means TA2000 is a MKB, so he gets like true strike on his hits, can kind of pierce the evasion, but the fact you just reduce the amount of damage you take by 45%, it means maybe you actually survive this TA2000 Marcy. Whereas right now, he definitely dies if he takes maybe even one volley. Just how squishy he is.
Slowdown continues. Aegis, of course, long gone. Are they going to try and push now? Smoke. So the ninja gear from Tier 2000. He tried to get some sort of setup at the front. They'll find collapse outside of the base. Spend time in the base, though. I mean, Tier 2000 is getting kicked over towards the fountain. Guards won't grab him. Loronov's got to back off for now. He will. The attention's been turned over towards Tier 2000. The Shackle indeed off the creep, catching him out. He's gone. They've got to run.
The throne?
Creep's doing a little bit of work. They lost Tier 2000. A buyback did come out from Spirit, so Chimera lose nothing else and can make sure that nothing occurs during this next 80 seconds. It's a minor bit of progress as they forced out a support buyback.
And just do that 4 more times.
Yeah.
One core buyback per push. Definitely is not going to throw the gold lead.
It was a bit of an awkward move. They went pretty deep for that.
Yeah, how did the Marcy end up all the way in the base?
I just rebounded in like beyond the Ancient to try and kill the Silencer. And they did kill the Silencer.
Yeah.
Through. You get another kickback. And straight into the hands of Radan as they look to burst through. Dahak, they've got enough damage to do it. They have. They bring Dahak down. Laurenov's in with the BKB though. Chases down Rue. Will be able to buy some safety here with the snowball. The silence comes out from Meposhka, but he dies, and with that he's out for 100. Rue will also go down. Both supports out of the game. Rue does have the luxury of buyback. Uses it straight away. 1J fending off Collapse here towards the back of the fight, and the damage is done. Here with the Pierce the Veil from 1J. It's enough to bring Collapse out of the game as well. Chimera finding a solid fight here out on the mid. And a fight without their carry. They did not even need Tier 2000 for that one. Spirit has 2 more buybacks that have been forced out of theirs. Obviously, Dahak, the one coming out from Chimera's side. Still overall leaving Spirit in definitely a worse position now when it comes to the buyback statuses.
Yeah, it feels... It is getting a bit hard now for Spirit to find the good engagements, I would say, because of the creeps. The heroes are pretty bad at pushing waves. And... I don't know what they do. Their heroes don't get better at pushing waves.
Chimera can go all in now. At least that's going to be the temptation, right? They know that they've gone for that initial kind of punch. They've weakened Spirit. And now they're going to try for the finishing blow.
There's a glyph.
But Rue, he's ready to start. He gets the kickback onto Lauren. Lauren's gone. Does he want to buy back for this? He might need a Tier 2000. He's just getting destroyed. He has to jump out of it with a rebound. He's on the retreat. Lauren's going to come over the buyback. Dahak is not getting saved. Dieback on him. The bristle's out for 2 minutes. It's 1J. Kickback as well into the high ground of Spirit. They'll clean up another. And Chimera, they went pretty heavily in on that. They tried to take the risk. Does not pay off. Spirit, they keep the Ancient alive. Fell down to about half HP.
Didn't even glyph though.
They've now got 100 seconds basically where there's no Dahak bristle. It seems Spirit wants to get on the map and try and do something.
The other big thing was, so Lorenov bought back.
He did.
He had no travels, no way to get to the fight quickly. He just TP'd and walked.
I mean, they had to relocate, right? So maybe it was anticipating a potential play from Panto to bring him in.
Yeah, it's so much of a commitment to this fight that's almost lost. Even if he had travels, I think these aggressive buybacks are usually bad in stressful games like this, where in your mind you want to buy back, guys. I'm gonna buy back. We'll end the game. And more often than not, I think it's bad. It's usually better to wait 1 second, 2 seconds, be like, okay, wait.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Is this worth buying back? Will I win the game with this buy? Because now, 7 minutes of no, if you kill the Lesh, it's even more important, more impactful than killing the Hawk on Brazil. Everyone is so farmed.
Yeah, I mean, Meposhka's just treated himself to a refresher orb. So,
okay.
2 globals ready to drop in the next fight. And that just, especially with the reverberating silence, is incredibly disruptive to anything. Any sort of save or play that Chimera want to make. As long as Meposhka's not the one getting jumped. And to be fair to him, the only time recently he got jumped was when he was standing by his own Ancient. So it's like, what can you do? You know, if they jump you there, they'll jump you anywhere.
Just in the fountain.
There we go. What do we have? Aegis for Collapse. Refresher Shard for Radan. He's also easily got enough money now to treat himself to the Moon Shard and maintain that buyback gold. Of course, Lal had enough to treat himself to the Ag's Blessing and still have the money for buyback available. Chimera. I mean, who's sweating more right now? Is it Chimera or Spirit? It feels like it's probably Chimera.
Probably Chimera. I know the feeling of these mega creep games.
Yep.
As both sides, and usually as a team defending, when it gets to this point, you're kind of even, maybe even ahead. You're not losing. The game's not, oh, you're mega, you're just waiting to lose the game. You keep getting to play. If Spirit end up losing, it's a haha, whatever. We shouldn't even have the chance to have this opportunity to win the game. Doesn't really matter that we lost. And for Chimera, you lose this kind of game, and it's, oh my god, what did we do wrong? We just played 60 minutes in a game that was supposed to be over in 30. We lost with Mega Creeps. It feels bad. Losing this game is for Chimera is the biggest like emotional swing compared to anyone else losing.
So what you said is if they hadn't hit the iceberg yet, this game would absolutely be the
This
iceberg.
game, if Chimera lose this game, is the iceberg.
Radiant Agents in some serious trouble.
They haven't lost yet.
No, they're still in it.
They don't even have. They still have 2 of their tier 2 towers alive. They have Mega Creeps. It's not a dire situation.
I still. There is absolutely a chance.
You want the throne
West
to
Ham
get
relocate. There's going to be a rat play that could end the game. It really could happen, especially if we get some juicy tier 5 neutrals.
Yeah, that's coming out soon. I've slightly bad news. Panto went for not that fast or not that talented.
The attack.
That one is really cool. That's a new one. I haven't seen that one, I believe. Unslowable.
Okay.
It's pretty cool. It's just, I don't think Spear really has that many slows. They're mostly stuns, right?
It's just what kind of the void slow and the
Silencer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the tag team too.
Sure.
The tag
gets on you.
Slowing. But I would have liked the other one. Ooh, the blink.
Ooh, he's running tier 2000, but the damage
rapier
from low with his focus fire. My goodness.
Execute power shot. Continue the facet.
Just imagine.
We got enough.
If you imagine hard enough, maybe it would somehow work, but of course it would not. He's got the entangled.
Imagine you could just end up with multiple facets. You know, 60 minutes you get.
Yeah, 2 busted.
What would be the most broken here if you get out every facet?
If you're gonna get both facets.
Would it be Dragonite? All 3 dragons?
Oh, well, I mean, there you go. It's gonna be one of the ones that has like 3 facets for sure. There you go.
Faces Void would get 2 ults.
Yeah, but that would, but he would still be bad, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah, sad times.
I think Night Stalker would be super good. The new facets.
We got the both of them.
Yeah, you get the one that gives you extra point in Q, and then you have one that gives you.
But that would just break the universe in the Dota 2 world, because like, how can the game start as night and day at the same time? That's just not possible.
Not possible. It can't happen.
It's just if someone was going to crash the servers, having 2 facets on Night Stalker, that would certainly do it. Another Bristol coming out here. Collapse on the Night Stalker. And what are we getting on the tier 5s? Anything exciting?
Magic Lamp.
Time to get crafting. Ooh, Magic Lamp.
It's a good one for Lesh.
Yeah, especially against all these stuns that he's just getting completely monstered with.
It's a guaranteed BKB.
Yeah.
I think unless it's a Tusk Punch, because the Tusk Punch can't be purged. So every initiation should start with Rue, hopefully, ideally, and then they stun him again after they pop that Magic Lamp.
Is that the only knockup that can't be purged, the Tusk Punch?
I think so.
Because of like Torrent Right, you can instantly be brought down out of it. What's the other one?
There's Rubik Lift, but that one.
Yeah,
I guess that's not really a knockup. I want to say it's only Tusk that I can think of off the top of my head. Kick technically would work too.
That's true. Yeah, you're still gonna get kicked.
Toss you can't.
That's true. Toss you still stay up in the air, right? Yeah, even if a shield or something comes in, the stronger spell.
Everything else I believe is Pango. I think when you're in the air.
Pango.
When you're in the air from his ult.
Oh, but that's only like a little bump anyways.
Yeah, it's like 0.1 seconds. Yeah. When you land, it's purgeable, the stun is. But I believe when you're in the air, it's not.
That's like guaranteed lockdown. Yep. Yeah.
Maybe the same with Sand King? I don't know. Those don't matter.
Are there any other spells that knock you up in the air? Probably is.
I mean, there's like the Lion, the Nick Stun.
Oh, yeah, but that's just like a little bit of
There's none that are long enough that it would matter.
But the Tusk Punch.
Right,
that's the one you know.
Talk about the block of cheese. It's scrumptious.
Talk to me about it nowadays.
It's
different, right? 5 minutes. It's not permanent.
Yes.
This cheese won't last with you forever. So it's great if you're on a diet. It's only in you for 5 minutes, then it's coming out the back door.
Yeah. It is.
Made it a little more healthy. Doesn't, sit on the waistline forever like it used to.
It's weird because they made it so it's easier to get the late game lotuses required. Yeah. I think now they just start spawning, so you can get a block of cheese in 2 minutes or 3 minutes of wait, or like 2 cycles of waiting for the lotuses. And to counteract that, they made it so it's only a 5-minute duration, which makes it a lot less fun. It was this very like epic quest item almost. It felt like in Dota, it was a secret almost. There was nothing.
Yeah, there's no instructions.
There was no recipe,
guides, no tutorials,
no recipe. You had to find it out. And now
it makes you wonder what else there is that we haven't found out.
You think there's any like secret item combinations?
I think
Trident is back.
There might be.
Has anyone tried to build a Trident recently?
Dire is scanning for enemies.
Probably.
You probably tried to build a Trident.
Someone probably has.
I missed
They
that
probably had a Kaya, Sanj, and Yasha in their adventure at one time.
That was a good item when they first released it.
It was, and it was honestly an item that could be balanced to be, you know, fair. That was a while ago, right? That was like one of the first.
Yeah.
That was from like the first iterations of Tier 5 neutrals. Kind of like the what was it? Phoenix Wing or Ash? What was it? The
instant respawn one.
Yeah, that was one of the first.
Yeah, it had 3 charges.
Didn't last long, that one.
No, or that was a one time. No, it was something had 3 charges.
Oh, right. Go for the snowball into the blink out. Not going to be able to make it though.
Has a snowball one?
They gotta let him.
No mana.
Let him go. Let him go. He can't be saved.
Okay.
He's long gone.
I'll let him go. 100 gold for his buy.
Dead for 2 minutes.
The's a bounty rune. They ping the bounty rune. He's asking him a push code. Say,
and these bounty runes, they give you a lot of money right now, right?
Yep. There you go. He's buy. All right. So Radon is magic lamp.
Yeah, that's
giving him 80 attack damage. That's magic and 100 attack speed, but he takes a bit more damage. I don't think he cares about the incoming damage.
No. 10%, nothing.
Maposha went for Minotaur Horn with debuff duration, so his silence is going to be super long. The Minotaur also kind of...
Oh, that's smart.
It can remove silence on him, can dodge a stun, guarantees the globals. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really nice. And what do you take on silence at 25? Because it really kind of gets to this point where as a support.
Probably Arcane Curse Charges to help shove the waves, because I think they stack if you press 2, so it'll just let him clear waves easier. Spider-Leg for win. It's okay. I don't think that's anything crazy. And then just 40 primary attributes, which is Universal Hero, gives it to all of them.
And again, just what these, triple magic lamps on that.
Yeah, a lot of magic
Big
lamps.
magic lamp fans. Radon! Snap to BKB because the trip has done that with Laura. Purged it off with a nullifier. Buyback will come out from Rue. Was a little worried that his Sven was about to die.
I'd be worried too.
Yeah, completely fair. Amplified damage rune again. We're getting a lot of those this game.
Yeah, I definitely feel like
the system really wants this game to end, or somebody to get a rampage or do something.
A wind rampage.
Still on the cards. Well, me looking for the refreshers next. I mean, that's why we're kind of going with get the carries. Yeah, Radon is able to buy his own.
Actually, looking at these neutral items, no one's creative.
Nothing crazy.
Look at this. It's 2 magic lamps, 2 Minotaur horns, and a spider legs. And then the other team is 3 magic lamps, 1 Minotaur horn, 1 spider legs. Where's the cool ones, guys?
Where's the Book of the Dead?
My favorite.
Where's the... What else is there that's cool?
Stygian Desolator.
Stygian Desolator.
Fallen Sky. Yeah, Pirate Hat is actually a super sick item now. They completely changed it.
I mean, but why do you care at this point about stealing gold? Does it matter?
So it makes it so you don't lose gold when you die.
But why do you care about that? When you already have everything.
For buyback.
You're... At this point, you're probably going to have beyond buyback gold. Everyone is so wealthy.
That's true. You can steal their gold, and then they don't have buy.
Is it? Yeah, but it's not that much. It's like 100 or 200. Is it, what is it, 250?
It's 300 gold if you get the last on the kill.
Okay.
Imagine they lose. So it's 150, and then if you get the last hit, it's another 150.
You're going to make them lose 150 gold. That's
300 gold.
These guys would give you 150 gold if you asked nicely. They don't care about losing 150 gold.
Ooh, can I get donations of gold for my teammates? Future Dota patch.
They used to do that back in the day. You could buy like a stack of sentries, right? Yeah. Give it to your Medusa.
Give it to your carry, sells them all.
And then sells them all. Yeah. Not anymore.
Imagine how bad being a support would be. Your carry is like, hey, don't buy those brown boots. I need my treads. Hey up. You do lane tax. Anytime someone CS's creeps in your lane, you ask for a bit of gold.
I mean, lane tax you can do anyway. Just gank someone's lane and say, well, you messed up getting a kill. Sorry, I've just visited from the mid lane. I'm going to take some of your CS. That's a
casually.
feature. That's a feature.
That's a feature.
That is. That's an accepted feature.
Have you ever done the tree and carry with quelling?
I have never done. No, that's grief. That's really bad. I have
Someone
never.
here has done that
I know
before.
someone has done it, and they actually swear by it. They'll tell you that they won more games than they lost with it.
Yes.
Yeah, they'll tell you that. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah,
But no, that's
for legal
very
reasons, we
naughty.
won't reveal his name.
Legal reasons.
He does wear a banana suit from time to time, though. They buffed that faster, right? The Treant one.
I'm not a big Treant enjoyer. We've not seen any Treant here, right? Is that one of the
No,
unpicked? Is it unpicked? Or we have one
I think
game?
we've seen it one.
I think we had it once. I can get the stats up right now. Nope, it's unpicked.
That's unpicked?
We never
Okay.
saw it. Here we go.
Smoke up.
Down the mid, Chimera.
He's eaten by Lornov. He has 3,700 health and a shield for 2,300 health. So he's got about 6,000 health. He's actually a raid bot.
Lol. Oh, here's the jump forward. Lornov is in with the hex on towards Collapse. Gets the stun follow. They get the fear over towards Lol. Lol's able to hit the BKB. Collapse will get back to the fountain. He'll live. Radani popped the God Strength. They might want to kite this out, Chimera. We'll see what they do with this.
Global number 1.
Still got the BKB ready to pop Radani, and of course he has got the refresher orb if he needs a second instance of the God Strength. Alright, done. Here from Collapse. Chimera, they're definitely being able to poke a little bit out of Spirit. Radan, with the Hex, Lornoff closing in upon him. Jump for Radan, he's very low, going to pop the BKB, pops the refresher, but the bash comes in, Tier 2000 on top of him, Maru with a punch-up, locks down Tier 2000, Tier 2000 gone, he'll buy back on the master, he's TPing over to the outpost. And Tier 2000 is trying to get back over towards the action.
Nice jackal.
It's there, catches on towards both Panto and Lornoff. They're trying to finish off the Eye, but Panto's able to kite himself to safety. They're still got to be careful. They bought back on Tier 2000. BKB ready to go. Turn towards Tier 2000. It's a dieback. Tier 2000, he's gone. Chimera, they've got to run. They can't take this surely. 4 versus 5. Rue, they'll give them a bit of a helping hand there, kicking Lornoff outside of the base. Lal brought back to try and chase Chimera out of the fight. They get the jump onto Lornoff. Snowball over towards Panto. Lornoff, he'll turn though. Rue, he's not going to survive through this. Rue's also gone for 2 minutes. Radan, he'll stand it down. They've got the stun onto Lornoff. Lars bringing in the damage. Collapse, he's so low. He wants to commit, but he's gone. Radan moves in with a stun. They've killed him off once. But he's ready for round 2. Lornoff, and they're running out of buybacks. The buyback comes out now from Collapse. Radan is gone. He has buyback available, but even when he uses it, there's no God Strike for 40 seconds. There's no BKB for 50 seconds. Chimera, they've got 4 heroes against the 3. And the potential 4. But is this spend? Does not have God Strike for BKB.
He's going to have to buy back.
Chimera punching into the Ancient. They don't have their hardest hitter though, with Tier 2000 out of the game. Collapse is going to try and jump the back lines over towards Panto, but they turn towards him. The Hex is back up. They're trying to desperately save Collapse. Can they get back to the front? They can. Collapse will not fall yet, but the Ancient is in trouble. They're looking to close it up. Chimera hit the Ancient, close the game up. The glyph comes out. They've got to do so much here to push Chimera back, and they cannot do it. Radan tries his best, but GG is called. The Ancient falls. This game is over. Despite Spirit's best efforts to hold on against the Mega Creeps, Chimera will take the victory.
And the whole time that last fight, they used everything over and over on Lornov Lesh. He had the Aegis throughout the entire fight. I think he just expired, actually, to give him, or like the
Master's turn to pick.
The Empower Facet and just kind of play his own game and farm. And in theory, Lifestealer, like Mag, will do better because he can retreat to the 2 new camps that are replacing the former.
Gets their hands on the Muerta, and Chimera take the silencer.
I might be down for some Storm Spirit to come out. Maybe not straight away for Chimera, but you have pretty easy entry to the game with the Lifestealer and Fest Bomb, and also Silencer to back them up.
Yeah, it looks fine to me. I think the one, I mean, they're planning out their lanes. This is most likely the lane matchup against each other. So Silencer, if he goes first, he can kind of protect himself a little bit by doing damage back. But I feel like the Muerta plus Magnus just looks a lot stronger right now.
You're picking the Silencer to combo break the Magnus initiation. Like, that's the highest value that it gives you. But in terms of like lane trading, it does look better in that sense. But I did want to talk about the Lifestealer a little bit. So the team in this tournament that beat it the most is Paravision. And they beat it once with Satanic's PA, which gets banned out, where Yatoro could have replicated a similar playstyle. And the other 2 times they beat it were actually with Darkseer. And one time the carry was Terrorblade, the other time the carry was Naga. But I really think there's something to these like disengage with move speed heroes versus Lifestealer that let you reset the fight. So whether it's the Darkseer Surge or something like a Stampede from Centaur, it seems like it's been consistently the best way to beat Lifestealer.
And now it's a Lifestealer with a Techies. Now, because I said that I've been on the opposite shift, Brian, I hear that Chimera's been wreaking havoc with Techies recently. Haven't gotten a chance to see it on the night shift, though. What makes it so special?
It's just all these objectives that people have to take. Like, there's areas of the map that you're forced to go to much more so than before. It's like in the past, the Tormentors, each team took their own respective one, and that didn't really force the pathing of the opponent. But now with Roche being in the middle of the map, you can even set up the mines in the river we've seen where it takes Roche down to like half HP. The Tormentor fight, as we've all mentioned a billion times. Overall, I just feel like Techies got more indirect buffs to him rather than anything else with the new patch.
And making high ground very scary in terms of like, I'm going to ward my triangle, I'm going to mine my triangle, I'm going to mine my Wisdom Shroud, I'm going to mine Tormentor, etc. Makes it so that Blink heroes like Magnus have a much more uncomfortable time playing against it. Like, if you see that one good skewer back or that one good RP, you could be blinking in theory into all of these mines by Techies. And then you're just in a horrible situation.
Yeah, that moment of hesitation can make game breaking.
And you could even be like global silenced, and then you have to walk back instead of just skewering down a cliff. It could be really scary. There's the monkey pick for Team Spirit, which gives them a potentially good core matchup as the game continues. It doesn't have that much HP, so the feast is less effective, and you have a lot of armor and damage with your ulti if you decide to man fight.
It gives you another way of team fighting, another BKB, relatively early BKB buyer. And I think they're still prepping for the Storm. I just checked how many times Chimera picked Storm Spirit. In their last 7 games, they did round up their draft 6 out of 7 times with 18 Storm Spirit, because they know that most of the time it's going to be banned out, and then you can protect it with the 2 bans. And we've seen Lorinov pop off most of the time on these elusive heroes, on his Puck, Queen of Pains, Leshrac in the previous game, and I think that's what they're going to be looking for.
And what Team Spirit are doing better in their draft right now is that because they don't have this Night Stalker that's like very obviously going to the offlane with some exceptions, between their Magnus and their Monkey King, like their flex is still open for all 3 lanes, making it so they don't have to jam something like a Wind Ranger on 17, which they did last game because they didn't want to get counterpicked. You can throw Magnus where you need to, you can throw Monkey King where you need to, and Chimera don't have the best response here.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the Storm Spirit coming out. I think the Monkey King being a hero that scales well against Lifestealer, gets empowered by Mag, but also can be the carry to mid flex. So you're limiting Chimera's hero pool to pick from when they've got those two roles to pick. So you can even say like, oh, what if they wanted this melee offlaner? What if they wanted a Earthshaker mid or something? They're just not going to pick these things because of the fact that you have Monkey King. And I think Monkey King still lanes really well versus Storm Spirit. I know the Electric Slide made that matchup, the facet for Storm made that a bit better, but I wouldn't be surprised if Team Spirit end up leaving the monkey mid, given the fact that they went for the Storm. But it also depends on what DeHawk picks up for himself last.
Yeah, if the Hawk picks the hero that gets ultra countered by Monkey King, I can see them throwing it on the safe lane and then just picking some Mage Slayer buyer to play versus the Storm Spirit.
I really like the team fight that Team Spirit has right now. The one bad thing, obviously, is Global Silence, but in terms of area control, all 4 of their heroes are fantastic about this. They could skewer somebody into Ice Path. They can deadshot them into Ice Path. Like, they're going to be able to cover each other really well if they're not silenced. So having an ability to bait a team fight start to disengage and re-engage would be really nice for them.
Yeah, if we're talking about the another way of disengaging the fight, I've been a big fan of Silencer plus Dawnbreaker combo. I think these 2 heroes had a lot of success. We haven't seen it as many times because Silencer is kind of a new thing ever since the patch dropped, but it makes the team fight much more difficult to play, and you know that they're going to be fighting into Wukong's command, into Skewer. Skewer is good against Dawnbreaker, but you also have Global Silence to follow it up. So I think this might be the hero that Chimera is looking for.
So far, Spirit aren't afraid of it. They ban out DeHawk's Enigma and Bristleback right now. Meanwhile, Chimera are expecting, or rather hoping, that the Monkey King goes mid because they are going to ban out Huskar.
10 seconds.
I think ever since the Ags on Dawn got nerfed, that matchup's not nearly as good as like a counter initiation to these AoE stuns that like Magnus, like the hard committal ones. But I wouldn't be surprised if they end up going for it anyway. But I actually wanted to see Darkseer specifically, just because I wanted them to have more teamfight aura buyer on Chimera. They are kind of single target heavy, just like we saw last game for Team Spirit. That always bodes a little bit of concern for me, especially when you have Ice Path, Magnus RP. It's for me, I think as long as Team Spirit picks a hero that presents itself to this Chimera lineup, like Monkey King doesn't want a frontline, Mag doesn't want a frontline, then suddenly Chimera's team fights are going to be even more complicated than they already are. I feel like both teams are going to have a weird time jumping the other team. One team has Silencer, and the other team has like a Monkey King on trees, Muerta to throw down the calling. It's really going to come down to the vision. Looking forward to your word of the game afterwards, Purge.
Yeah.
I feel like Chimera's jump is quite good though. Like, you just have this infested Storm Spirit with Lifestealer. He goes in, he gets covered by Global Silence, and then he's like pretty set, right? Whereas Team Spirit, they need to kind of play around this big initiation by Chimera, because if they do, then they have the superior team fight.
Ooh, okay. This makes sense now why they banned the anti-mage, because it was definitely very confusing. But if this is their off-lane hero, and you play against like a carry AM, and God forbid he reflects your poison sting, or he just jumps on you.
You also have Storm.
Yeah, you would have a bad time. So
this Dazzle pick is kind of clicking right now because Team Spirit don't have enough like reliable jump to get on top of this Dazzle, and if they do, he's going to be covered by techies. Like, the biggest asset to having a techies on your team is like you can pick which areas of the map that you play, making it so that if you get jumped, people are getting bombed. You're just getting exploded by this techies mines. It doesn't make it straightforward at all.
the Medusa in counter to what the Dazzle does is kind of good as well, and really against Feast. Like, she has very low raw HP. The minus armor that they're throwing at her, it does not matter because the damage is being blocked by a mana shield. It works differently. So on paper, it's a good time to pick this hero. There's also really high mana pool heroes for these guys. If you snake them, you're getting a bigger chunk of mana back. So it's a cool shard game.
She also builds into Manta style as her pretty much first item. So this is going to be kind of similar to what Naga Siren wants to do. So you can tank that first global silence, the other one doesn't last as long. So with the Manta style, you could be the guy who's going to be disengaging the team fights, which I kind of like. And this type of a lineup from Team Spirit, this time around, they definitely, if the game goes late, they should not be worried about securing the late game, pushing out the creep waves or anything. So they drafted slightly more for the late game oriented draft.
Both teams did. The Techies is hoping for a late game defense. The Medusa is hoping for a late game siege. And based off of Game 1's performance, I wouldn't be surprised if we hit those limits again. Gunner and Odie Pixel. How's that game number 1 for you, boys?
It was fun.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for another one. I don't think it'll be as fun. I actually really like Chimera's draft, and I think it's going to be not a quick one, but I think they're going to take it.
You think this last pick Dazzle put it over the edge for you?
Yeah. I also, the Dew Soul doesn't work on the Dazzle illusion, or like the ult.
That's
so
true. You wouldn't be stone gazed.
Damage dealer, healer, graver. You can just protect from the Dew Soul. Hawk's gonna cook, like Mira said. It's gonna own.
A 2-0 from Chimera is not something that most people will be expecting for this series, especially after their recent performance throughout the later stages of Group Stage 2. But if there was ever a time to turn it around, it's here in playoffs. Let's get ready for game number 2.
All right.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's game 2 time here between Team Spirit and Chimera. And we're going to get to see some Dazzle coming in, of course, that last pick from Chimera. Something that I thought we would actually see a little bit more this patch. Because this hero, after a given time, yeah, we're going to see even more and more of it. Because it's got it right. The win rate, as you say, is great. And just conceptually what the hero does and the way the ult works, it can feel kind of busted.
Yeah, I haven't personally watched like a full Dazzle game. I think it's also been picked support a little. It hasn't always been core, but Dahak is always the kind of guy that's going to play these out there heroes. He was the first one to do Terrorblade off lane, and Dazzle's not even that far out there. I would just say it's not really been a recent pick. And I like it. I think it's a super good Dazzle game. It also forced the Monkey to go mid. I think the mid Monkey versus Storm matchup is pretty bad for Monkey these days. Need like 3 minutes. Right, cool.
Uh-oh. Gotta reboot the old PCs.
Yep.
3 minutes? I should. No
worries. We're chilling.
Maybe I reckon he's going to be back in 2.
Yeah. I feel better.
Wait 1.5.
Up 2 minute, not 3 minute.
He's just trying to be nice to that means.
Yeah. Indeed.
So last patch,
We'll start.
I know on our old team, Copy liked Monkey versus Storm, but it was a bit different because Atos built into Gleipnir. So you could rush the Atos, you'd have this like extra 2 ways to catch the Storm.
Sure.
And you would win the lane. But now that you can't really buy this Atos on the Monkey, you would have to go for Orchid. And it's such a committal item build that makes you like squishy, because Atos also give you HP. It also, you scale with a Maelstrom to farm if you don't get kills. So it kind of fixed all of your big issues. And I don't think that there's like a super good build that he wants. Orchid, if he gets global trying to Orchid kill the Storm, he's going to probably end up dying anyway. I'm just worried about Laurel in this game.
Okay, this is the thing as well. When you look at the Spirit's lineup with the 3 cores they have, this Medusa, this Monkey King, and the Magnus, would you consider that greedy or not necessarily? Because that seems like a lot of heroes that want to hit a lot of creeps and get a lot of items.
I don't think Monkey's that greedy of a hero.
No,
just because he can be so aggressive.
Yeah.
That even when he's farming, he's usually farming the dangerous stuff. He's pushing out those like at that extra creep wave or getting those extra camps. The Magnus, yeah, it's a bit, especially because Medusa isn't in a power carry. So usually Magnus you get away with, oh, I'm empowering my carry. So even though I'm greedy, my carry is greedier. We're not really like taking up too much time to get our items. We're getting them faster. I think it's okay.
Okay.
I just am worried about how they'll actually be able to take these fights to Chimera for the most part. If they get their items, they actually get the good jumps. The Dusa has a very strong game versus the Lifestealer specifically. Even the Silencer, Dusa just stands there and right clicks and wins the fight.
Yeah.
So it's not all doom and gloom.
I'll tell you what their lineup does sort of say.
What does it do?
It sort of says, hey, if we get Mega Creep this time, we're ready for it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, this is a lineup that you Mega Creep these guys, they'll be ready to keep the game, and everyone's pushing out waves. Yep. They're all dealing with the Mega Creep.
All 3 of their cores.
So they got the backup plan.
They got Jakiro.
Yep.
They got Muerte to scale to a 4th core.
Exactly. You know, they're ready for a 70-minute Mega Creep game up against them this time around, Spirit. They're ready to deal with it this time around.
You think they would win this one? I actually think they would win it too.
With this lineup, you know, that's what I'm saying. I think they're ready if the game goes crazy and gets to that point. They're much better set for that sort of situation. But I guess the thing is, though, they got to get there. And if Chimera gets ahead and shuts the game down earlier, and there's not going to be the chance for Spirit to fall into that position later on with their lineup.
I'm mostly worried about, from the perspective of Spirit, what Lornav's going to do in this game. It's not a super free Storm game in the sense like both supports have silence and stuns, where it's a super good versus Storm, and then even the cores kind of have ways to deal with him. I just think that because of his supports, because of his kind of draft, it can enable him to have a super strong lane end game and just kind of pop off pretty early on. And in these kind of games, if Storm gets a BKB or he's the one doing the jumping, he doesn't really care about these random 1-second silences, stuns. And he also has so much backup on his side. You got the Hawk with I don't think the thing can be silenced.
What do you think?
Dazzle ult.
No, I did nothing.
Like it can't be global.
I'm pretty sure nothing.
Yeah.
Global is the only one I didn't test, but I would imagine
I want to say
also
global...
probably no. Like you can't stop this whatever it's called, a Nothal projection.
Yeah,
it's just it will do whatever it wants to do. You just got to accept it.
You can't RP it, you can't silence
Nope.
it, can't do ult it. So Hawk, if he's able to find these good positions, and he'll also, again, he'll be protected by the global. I don't know. I want to see the impact he has.
So what you were saying earlier, that we used to like the Monkey King against the Storm for the items down the road, but even the lane, that was never something that's fun to play, or can you do all right here?
The lane is good for Monkey.
Okay.
It's not as stompy as it used to be, but it's definitely maybe 55-45, maybe a 60-40 kind of lane. I think Laro should be happy in the early stages of the lane, but if he gets ganked once and dies to Lord off, then it gets bad. But in positions like this, where you know the Storm walks up a bit too far, you just get a good trade in.
Yeah, we talked about the potential of the Dazzle later on. How's the lane looking? Is this a pretty oppressive lane from the Dazzle techies? Can they get kills down here?
Yeah, definitely. Dusa's always an awkward hero to get kills into, just because I think it's the hardest hero to get an actual read on the amount of health they have, because it's a mana thing, and they're gonna have mangoes, they're gonna have stick. I think most players are really good at seeing, okay, this guy has 550 health, we have the damage to kill him. But it's really hard to see Medusa and be like, oh, this guy has 420 mana. Are we gonna be able to take him out? We're back in the game.
The top? Yeah, what do you make of the top lane?
Should basically just be free from both sides. Collapse actually, so he went for the Empower facet. I feel like the offlane mags have been going the one.
Yeah, no, I thought about it, and I reckon it's probably just because he's playing against the Life Stealer.
Okay.
So he feels like the Shockwave is going to have obviously less impact.
Yeah, you don't want to max it out.
For most parts of the game, yeah, against the Life Stealer's Rage.
I mean, it makes more sense.
I think, indeed, most times, when you're not doing Safe Lane Magnus, the other facet's going to be more appealing.
Yeah. This one's good, even for, like, Corsi's days, even offlaners are basically the same as carries.
Yeah.
Like, they're a very similar role. The laning stage, not having to press this in power is really sick, just for your mana. And always having the damage means he'll win these trades versus Lifestealer. I like it. I think it's good.
And again, you know, if in the back of your heads you're like, well,
Wonder what idiot got
this game gets 70 minutes and we're up against Mega Creeps, I know which facet I'd rather have. A bit more boosted damage on that Empower.
A little more right-click damage. Guaranteed cleave. Brew. Getting on top.
He's looking pretty dead here. This should be a first blood. Denied to the neutrals. He can't. Panto will get him. First blood for Chimera's safe lane.
Well, +1 int.
I will have to see if he can beat the high score of last game. What was that high score? Oh,
I don't think it was that high of a score.
it wasn't bad. 51.
Oh, okay.
That's not
I
bad.
thought it was actually going to be worse than that, so.
I think you got the shard relatively early on.
Yeah,
so
he got it
51
15.
last game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Silencer feel. Ooh.
Probably that would have been a kill. It might still be a kill. Okay, I think it's still going to be a kill.
Yep.
So didn't matter the skewer miss there. Collapse still able to get the kill against Panto.
Good dead shot. I think the Silencer's laning just feels very strong right now, especially with Lifestealer. I don't know why. The slows on the Q and the E just feel so strong together. Hero's downfall used to be that his laning stage was pretty weak, and now I feel like he's just a very solid hero. He lost last game on the Silencer, but I think he's still... You could see like the amount of impact he had in the late game fights, the itemization you have to do versus hero. It's very different than most other heroes. Ball lane? Oh no.
Yeah, they're out of place one. They might even be able to threaten Dahak as well.
Look at the mana.
He's trying to stand his ground, but he's going down. Double kill for Maposhka and an easy deny from Radan as the wave ends itself in a perfect position for Radan to keep farming. That was rough. I mean, I guess this is sort of what you're talking about. Sometimes when you try and go for these fights and you kind of misread the trade potential. Lost both their lives, Chimera.
It wasn't even like that close, honestly, to killing the Dusa. I don't know if it was a go that they made intentionally.
Lal.
It's scary.
He's got Brew by his side. Fear as well to hold Lorinov back. And in fact, Lorinov might just be dead when Maposhi getting the fire in, and he will indeed fall. On Jay, jumps across, looks for room, return. Won't even get him. Rue's going to be okay. Lal and Maposhi diving in under the tower. If Maposhi can finish. Lauren off. He returned, but he's still taking a hell of a